Well, one PSA over development. Professional service agreement. I'm sure picture ends up on the wall in his office. I don't want it at the beginning of the end. Done? He says, where it is. Taking the hill when you got one. I've never seen one before.
Are you ready?
Hey, how's it going? Who's next? Oh. No, it's good. Here we go. Ready? Oh, yeah.
Call to order of the regular board meeting of the Rainbow Municipal Water District for January 28th, 2025. Roll call, please.
President Hamilton,
Here.
Vice President Matt,
Here.
Director Townsend Smith. Here. Director Hoffman. Here. Director Irvine.
Here.
Quorum, thank you.
Will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Do I have an approval or motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Townsend Smith. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Public comment. Do we have any people from the public that are wishing to comment?
I've received no requests.
We have no members of the public
Thing?
online.
Then I'll forgo reading all the italicized stuff on the agenda thing. Employee recognitions.
Yes, we have a couple today. Really good ones. First is for Catherine Kilmer. She's celebrating 5 years with the district. And Catherine's our billing specialist, a team of one that handles all things billing. And she's fantastic. I think I've gone to her with a couple of specific requests, and she just does a great job. And I know she started at the district as a customer service rep, and then has gone into our into our billing. So a very dangerous employee over there in our
Hiding in the corner.
yeah, exactly. And I'll just say this, I walk over there on my way to get coffee in the morning, and anytime Catherine's in, she's always happy, smile, and just makes your day a little bit better. So she always makes my day a little better. So Catherine, come on up. I know you love recognition, so we're going to hold you up here for.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
Luke might be online, but he's out sick. So
Yeah, Luke Johnson, our safety and risk officer, he's sick today, and it's been going around. So I'm glad he decided to stay home today. But he actually finished the Aqua JPIA professional development program. And Luke's only been with us for 18 months, about a year and a half. And this is quite a program.
and this is his second. They have 3 categories. This is his second
yeah.
category.
Right. Yeah. He's done both the supervisor basics and now the operations. And the operations program it's really extensive. I mean, it covers everything safety, right? Trench safety and ergonomics. I mean, just, across the board. And there's quite a few courses you have to take, almost like a master's degree in safety. And so, Luke came to us. I think this is his first, job at a water district, in the water industry. And he's just really taken, oh, there he is. Hey, Luke. But he's taken an active role and really, he just does such a great job in the field, keeping our guys safe, but continuously learning, continuously getting these kind of certifications and that to make this place even better and even safer. So, Luke, thank you very much. If you have anything to say, now's the time.
No, I really appreciate it. Sorry I'm not there, but yeah, I'm a little under the weather this morning, not sounding too good.
Yeah. So, well, thank you, Luke. We appreciate you very much, and it's a nice plaque waiting for you when you get back to the office.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
The board would like to now recognize our newest partner, Eastern Municipal Water District, who has a presentation they'd like to give us.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Steve Corona. I'm the current president of Eastern Municipal Water District. And I'd like to, on behalf of the board and our staff, I'd like to thank you all for having us down and becoming a member of our great water district. I'd also like to thank your staff and your ratepayers for being brave and coming with us on this journey. If you don't know anything about me, I'm a farmer down in Temecula. I previously, this is my 7th year on the board of Eastern Municipal Water District, and previous to that, I was on the board of Rancho California Water District for 16 years. I've been very involved in water for a long time. As a farmer, you know, you need to be at the table when it comes to water, because if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So, and we've seen that from many times over, and I'm very excited to see Eastern get more involved in this area in the agricultural business. Eastern has always been very strong with agriculture, and I'm extremely pleased, and we're extremely pleased to be partnering up with you and with Fallbrook, and we look forward to a very happy future together, and hopefully our customers will all have very much lighter wallets, and I think that's already showing up right now. So anyway, with that, thank you again, and I'll turn it over to Joe.
Thank you, President Corona, and thank you, President Hamilton, members of the board, for providing Eastern the opportunity to be here today to commemorate truly a significant milestone, both for Rainbow as well as for Eastern Municipal Water District. As some of you are aware, this year, 2025, marks our 75th anniversary at EMWD. Back in 1950, when we were established, we were formed in the Hemet-San Jacinto Valley, primarily to serve ag and to serve dairies in that region. And over the years and over the decades, we've grown and developed to become currently the 6th largest water agency in the state of California, serving a population of 1 million residents in Western Riverside County and Northern San Diego County. So we're very pleased that we have never forgotten our roots and our commitment to our customers to provide reliable, resilient water supply at affordable rates. And we hold true to that commitment, not only to our customers, but also to the retail agencies that we serve, including Rainbow, Rancho, and Fallbrook, and all the other retailers that we have in our service territory. I'm very pleased that we could accommodate this partnership. I think both Rainbow and Fallbrook were uniquely and geographically aligned with the infrastructure that was available, and we will continue to provide Rainbow the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California water supply from the Skinner plant at very reasonable cost. We are only going to be, as you know, assessing those costs to deliver the water to you, and making sure that we're only assessing those absolute minimum costs that we incur ourselves. So we believe this is a two-way relationship. It's also representing Rainbow's interest on the Metropolitan Board, and Director Jeff Armstrong currently serves EMWD on the Metropolitan Board. And it's not about just us communicating to you what are some of the key decisions and issues that are ongoing at Metropolitan. It's also about hearing from you, understanding your priorities, understanding your issues. And to that end, we've been working closely with Jake. We are going to be having regular ad hoc committee meetings with representatives and President Corona, as well as Director Jeff Armstrong from our end will be on that ad hoc committee. And we look forward to having regular conversations, sharing with you the issues that are ongoing that affect you and your ratepayers and your community, and also understanding your perspective on imported water supplies and are the issues that will impact future rates. So again, I just wanted to really express our deep gratitude and appreciation for this partnership, and I'm really pleased that we can be part of the solution for the communities that you serve. And to mark today's occasion, we have put together a plaque that we would like to share with the board, if that's possible. April, do we have that? Well, it's right here.
Just pull back.
All right. There we go.
Oh, wow.
So again, we just wanted to thank you for the partnership, and we wanted to commemorate this historic milestone in both of our agencies' history. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did we want to take a break and get a group photo?
You guys want to do a photo? Okay, okay. And just so you know, yeah, we're actually going to be appointing 2 members of our board to that ad hoc committee today. We'll do all our committee appointments today, but I'll say, very familiar with Eastern Municipal Water District and they have always been, in my opinion, fair and transparent. And so I think, being part of Rainbow and now back with Eastern, I really look forward to partner with you guys. It's yeah, good to be home, good to be back. So okay, quick break.
Yep.
Okay.
Do a photo. I think we're good. Well, the suggestion was do it outside from
Out front.
trees.
But you have to love it. And most
Oh,
people-
all the Eastern people, when you-
Problem.
Yeah. It's kind of really helpful to see the transformation over the last 9 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, the challenge coins are on the challenge coins are on the program, right?
No, they're not. They're just outside of. Not on the agenda.
Okay. Before we resume, what I'd like to do is take a moment to welcome our two newest board members. And we have a small presentation. You've already collected your swag, I see, from Therese. But one of the traditions we started at Rainbow about probably about 7 years ago were inspired by the military challenge coins. And our employees got together and created a set of challenge coins, which we issued to each employee, to the board members. And the coins themselves, which I have here in my hand, it was custom designed, is made up from the ideas of our very own staff. On one side, you basically have a map of the district and the 5 core values of the district, which are integrity, professionalism, responsibility, teamwork, and innovation. And we've extended the coin concept to those core values, in which we have, you can see on the wall here, challenge coins for each of those core values. And the staff get together and recommend the employees to be nominated for a recipient of those special coins. And it's been quite an effective program, I believe. The backside needs to be updated, unfortunately, but we're trying to use up the rest of our coins.
Got about 10.
Cost efficiency. It's basically represented by a manhole cover with the rainbow logo and our motto, committed to excellent. And surrounding the manhole cover are the strategic goals that we have for the district. With that, I'd like to welcome you. It's just done in a handshake. The way
Oh.
they're passed.
Okay. I'm like, what's going on?
Well, our friends bunch.
Committee meeting summaries will be very brief this time, I believe. I think Flint is our only presenter, and he's only doing one of the two he normally does. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You are right. The Budget and Finance Committee meeting, we are not on strike, but we have not met for a bit because there has not been a lot of pressing business, and there is the leadership issue, which I'm hoping will be solved soon, Jake, because we are eager to get back to business. I know the audit is underway, and I think that's the primary focus of the staff right now, is the completion of the 24-25 audit.
Correct.
So I'm hoping that maybe at our next meeting, we'll be reporting to you on that audit. We'll see.
Cool.
We'll see. The Engineering and Operations Committee met on Tuesday, January 7th. The agenda was a little abbreviated, but we had a couple of items that you're going to deal with today. One of them is the recommendation of Julie Johnson, who has expressed desire to be a member of the Engineering and Operations Committee. We were familiar with her. We met with her, and the committee voted unanimously to recommend that you appoint her to the committee. She brings a broad base of experience. We think she'll be a great addition to the committee. And the second item is we got, and you're going to get it today, we got a preview of the briefing on the final completion of the Gopher Canyon Emergency Pipe Replacement and Paving Project. And kudos to Robert, and to Chad. The team brought it in more than 50% under budget.
Oh.
And as you recall, you authorized up to 600,000. And I'm sure you looked at your packets and you saw that they came in under 300,000 for this project, and they did it quickly. I'm not aware that there were any complaints from customers or ratepayers about the manner in which the project was conducted out on that little tiny Gopher Canyon Road. They managed to do it all. So I think you'll get a great report today, and kudos to the team. And that's all we have for today. Any questions?
No questions? Thank you, Flint. Communications and Customer Services Committee did not meet. Isn't that correct? It seems there was
It
a
was- there was-
small incident going
Yeah,
on.
we were in an evacuation zone that day, so we
Yeah.
did not meet.
I'll update on one thing because we usually give you the crop swap numbers when communication and customer service, and proud to present that we topped the $1 million mark in crop swap projects. So that's the grant funded program for agricultural customers to it's a water savings program, but it's a reinvestment in ag as well. For our customers, they can swap out for more efficient crop types or replant. Like they have an avocado grove, they can replant with a drought tolerant, disease tolerant rootstock. So if they want to replant, there's funds available for that, and obviously there's water savings that comes with that. So that's kind of the basis behind the grant program. But we have, I think it's over 80 projects in our service area that are approved, and over $1 million worth of grant funds that are going to go out to our agricultural customers. A portion of that is currently on a wait list because we've actually expended our portion of the grant funds. But it's likely that those projects will get funded at some point. There is still money available in the overall program. And over the next 4 or 5 months will be, because there is a deadline on when to spend that money. It's in 26. So I think, the 5 agencies that are all part of it are going to look at unexpended funds about middle of this year. And if there's still funds available and there's projects on the wait list, which I think most of the projects on the wait list are ours, then those will get funded. So
Which one's that, Jake? Is it Met?
it was actually a $5 million grant that was received
DWR.
through Department of Water Resources, the state. So we had a initial $200,000 portion that was just for Rainbow, and then there was a $1.25 million bucket of first come first serve money, and so we've ripped through that entire portion. And yeah, so again, there's still some funds out there, some unused funds. I think Rancho hasn't used all their funds, and some others, but so hopeful that we'll get those. There's about 850,000 that's already locked in. That's part of our funding. But then, yeah, we've got another couple 100,000 on the books on the wait list.
Do we pay attention to what specifically that crop swap is, as far as like what produce or what agricultural products?
Yeah, so typically at
Is it a
at
policy?
customer service, and then it comes onto the board. We give a breakdown of the numbers, the type of projects that are going in. The majority of the projects have been avocado rootstock upgrade and crop conversions, and those crop conversions vary. Whether it's avocados to wine grapes or some other lower use crop, but yeah. So,
Other things are like irrigation efficiency
yeah, and
upgrades.
funds those kind of things too. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
wildly successful though. Yeah.
I believe also at our December meeting, Julie Johnson had expressed an interest in joining the customer service and communications meeting.
That's
committee.
correct. They recommended it too.
Right.
Yeah.
And she was recommended too. And she is a former chair of that committee as well. So she's been involved since I've been on the board of directors, involved in the customer service and communication committee. Consent calendar. We have a number of items here that can all be approved in one motion. Approval of the board minutes for the October meeting, special board meeting, the special board meeting in November, the regular board meeting in December, and 2 notices of completion of different projects. Do I have a motion to accept and file?
Recommended action.
I'll second.
Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Action items, consider appointment of standing committee members and board representatives and related actions and adoptions of ordinance of amending administrative code sections. As a background to that, what I'd like to say is I've had a discussion with Greg. I don't know whether I didn't follow up with you. I apologize for that. Relative to our committees, they are essentially ratepayer driven. We have board representation on each committee as a form of communication between the committee and the board, and to be able to provide board feedback, if you will, into the committee at those meetings. The committees, as you can see from the list, I think it was published in your notes, are relatively small. They're generally 4 to 5 members. And there had been a proposal to put 2 board members on the committee. And I personally am somewhat reticent to encourage that because I think it unbalances the committee's ability to be influenced by the ratepayer and not be board driven. In lieu of that, though, in talking with Jake and looking at the admin code, we realized that one, we only have 3 committees and we have 5 board members. So the opportunity to participate by the board and on those committees in a formal way is somewhat restricted. Also, we have no assigned alternatives to those for the board representation on those committees, which basically means if the board member can't participate in the committee at that particular meeting, there's really no formal process for backup in board representation. So before you is a suggestion to expand our administrative code to include a designated alternate. They would be the first person to go to if the designated board member participant can't, for whatever reason, participate. So they would be a formal alternate. In consideration of cost, you'll also find that you're only compensated for direct participation. You're welcome to attend any board members are welcome to attend any committee meeting, but they get to sit in the audience and act like they're a normal ratepayer. Okay. So those are what the action items on the administrative code basically expand and clarify the definition of committee assignments. First, to restrict them for the board members' participation to 1 year. So each year we'll review board participation on the committees. And if someone wants to change or take a formal position, we have an opportunity to do that rather than the standard 4 years and gone. Flint?
Mr. President, board members, I would just like to ask a clarifying question. I don't think I would be objecting to, not that it matters, I'm not voting, but I like what you're doing. We have a system now on the committees where we have alternates for the committee. For example, on the Engineering and Operations Committee, the head of the Finance Department is an alternate. And for the Budget and Finance Committee, the Engineering and Operations Deputy is an alternate. And that person steps in when we are unable to make a quorum through the combination of the board member and the other ratepayer members.
Correct.
And I'm just clarifying that the alternate board member would only apply to the board member not being able to attend the committee, but that alternate would not be
To make-
temporarily put on the committee if we had not enough ratepayers. Is that right?
That's the intent, is that in any of the committee meetings, there would only be one representative from the board.
Okay.
Whether it's the designated board participant or his alternate.
Just,
his
thank you.
preferred Alternate.
Just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, so there will not be two voting board members at a committee meeting, even if we are looking to fill a vacancy with our other chain of alternates, right?
Designated Alternates.
Okay, I
Correct.
just wanted to know.
Yep. No,
Thank
that's
you.
good.
Thank you.
Good clarification point.
If I could, I run through okay, I just, the four main changes on the admin code. Director Hamilton, President Hamilton already talked about the alternate director, but yeah, an alternate director. So that's what the intent there was. The other changes to the admin code, and maybe you were going to get there, but we wanted to, we need to add 2 directors to represent Eastern. Or represent Rainbow to Eastern as part of the ad hoc committee and any other things that come up. So we've added that to the admin codes because those are actually listed. We also, there was some language in the admin code. If you read this, we have, there's language already that talks about reimbursable expenses.
Prior to a certain date.
Yeah, well, and it's already in the admin code that those have to be submitted within 60 days. So there's an event, and then 60 days later, or within 60 days, a board member has to submit those expenses, whether it's mileage or food, lunch or whatever, as they were participating in a district event or a district, sponsored event. And for some reason, there was some language in there about pre-2021 reimbursements. And so the language was conflicting. I'm not sure why it was in there. So we're proposing to eliminate that as well. Just some old language that was in the admin code. And then I think President Hamilton alluded to this. There was really no differentiation between the terms. And so the board members that are elected to committees were elected to, in essence, 4-year terms. And so what we're proposing is do that annually, that we're going to do that annually. It gives, opportunity for greater participation. Doesn't mean a board member couldn't serve continuous years. Yeah. Interest and, that kind of thing. But I think it at least provides the opportunity to get exposure to the different committees by the board members. So those are really the 4 admin code revisions that are in your packet.
Having read the admin code, I was totally surprised when I got to the elimination of submitting pre-2021 expenses.
Yeah. And I think we already got through both of these. Oh, the other action we wanted to take as part of this was formation of an ad hoc. Yeah, we've got MOU negotiations that are going to be set to begin in February with the exempt employee bargaining unit. And so we'd like to form an ad hoc committee consisting of 2 directors, 2 board members, along with myself and Carlene to that ad hoc. So that's wrapped into these appointments as well. Employees that are exempt, so non-hourly employees. Yeah, there's a group, I think it's 14 positions that are part of that exempt group, that bargaining unit. Yep.
Salaried employees.
Julie Johnson, you talked about both the communication and customer service and engineering and operations committees recommended her appointment. And this is kind of a me and Therese thing, but what we're also recommending is that we actually do the appointments and reappointments of the committee members now. And what that does is it establishes that every January we do those, because before it was at random times throughout the year, right? Just whenever a year came up on somebody. And so it was something we were tracking and honestly sometimes got missed and those kind of things. And so we'd like it just to be consistent. Every January, we're appointing board members to committees, reappointing committee members, ratepayer committee members. Just makes life simpler and more consistent. And so there's a list also in the packet that has, anybody who was going to expire this year, we're going to reappoint for that, 4-year term, but that's reviewed annually as well. And then everybody else appointed for the year. Did I get that right, Therese?
Yeah.
Okay. So lots of action but bottom line is we have to appoint all these things. And so we created Exhibit A. We tried to make it as simple as possible. If everybody's okay with the annual appointment of committee members, we do need to appoint both the representative and the alternate for each committee. And then I think the rest is all kind of in red, the vacancies and things that have to be appointed.
Clarification.
Yeah.
If I may, but the alternates, we're only talking about standing committees, right? None of the associations.
A couple of associations do have alternate as
Okay.
well. CSDA has an alternate, Aqua has an alternate,
Okay.
and the standing committees.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question for you, Jake. Clarification on the alternate with the committees for like engineering. Is it mandatory if you're an alternate, you show?
No.
up to? So you
No.
don't, so you're just gonna be notified if somebody can't make it?
Sure.
You know, it's- okay.
If the principal person can't make it, then they know they've got a backup that they can call and see if they can participate. If that alternate can't participate, then there will be no board member at the meeting. Unless we can find a stand-in,
Okay.
Just thought it would be advisable to have somebody on the hook versus picking up the phone and saying, hey, Greg, I can't make the customer service committee. Can you be there next Tuesday?
Okay.
Okay. Shall we proceed with filling the vacant spots? And the first one up, it looks like treasurer.
Well, I think we would hold off on that until we hire a CFO.
Okay.
Finance
'Cause I was
manager.
thinking that the CFO had always been the treasurer because
Yeah.
I didn't remember.
Typically that's how it works. So
Okay.
yeah, we figured we'd leave that one blank vacant.
Can I ask how that's going these days?
Yeah, I was going to report in the GM report.
Yeah.
I'll let you.
Yeah. California Special District Association, we have no representative and no alternative. Is there anybody that'd be interested in being the CSDA representative? And not having been on that committee, I have no idea what it entails.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they have the annual conference. They have their quarterly dinners down in San Diego at the butcher shop. Usually, fairly interesting speakers and things like that. They hold a couple of other events throughout the year. They do a legislative days up in Sacramento, and they are pretty, CSDA is very involved on the legislative front. They kind of track a lot of those things for us and those kind of things. So that's
Most of the responsibility would be for the person on the CSDA slot to report back to us things that are going on, just to highlight them, keep track of what's going on.
I'm willing to volunteer to be the backup just because I
Oh.
did CSDA.
want you to be
You-
the real one.
Liz, you wanted the backup?
I got
Just because I did it for like 6 years or 7 years, so I'm very familiar with it, so I'm willing to help who would like, but I really don't want. Since
To be
I'm
the
with Osprey, I
principal?
don't really want to be doing CSDA. But I'm willing to be the
Great
back.
sales job, by the way.
Yeah. So if there are no volunteers, I get to stick somebody with?
Can we come back to it? Like, let's fill
Yeah.
out the rest of them.
Okay, we'll come back to the representative then. Yes,
Fill all these association positions?
yes,
some are staff too. There's a couple that
yeah, staff, yeah.
Yeah.
And like the LAFCO representative, the GM gets stuck with that. I'm on the Santa Margarita River Watershed Master Steering Committee. I'm recommending that we drop that committee.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, well, somebody has to be on the steering committee. Our staff's recommendation, we actually just hired a management analyst, and she's in charge of all the reporting that is involved with the that steering committee. Her name is Esther Lon. I think you met her. And I know you were, we usually don't have a lot of interest in those meetings, but they're very short meetings.
20 minutes and they're all virtual. now.
So what we were going to propose was potentially nominating Esther Lon, our management analyst, to sit in on those meetings, just to make sure we have an ear on what's going on.
And that's all it is I'm not a member of the committee. I have always.
Yeah.
Just been an attendee to listen in.
Right.
Okay, so that's going to become a staff position.
Yeah.
Which is good. On Aqua and Aqua JPIA, Michael Mack is the current representative. I assume you're interested in continuing that.
Yes, I enjoyed that.
Is there anyone that has a specific interest in being an alternative on that? Greg? Okay. Of all these organizations right now, the CSDA and Aqua are the two primary ones that we keep really close tabs on and involved in. Eastern Municipal Water District Ad Hoc Committee that was described earlier. I understand Greg has stuck his toe in the water for that, and I would like to be the other individual. San Diego Farm Bureau. This one's somewhat new. There's actually, in addition to the Farm Bureau, there's a Farm Bureau Water Subcommittee. And Julie Johnson had actually engaged the Farm Bureau about a year ago. And the minute they found out she was from Rainbow, they automatically put her on the Water Subcommittee. So I think it's important for us to have representation at the Farm Bureau and the within that Water Subcommittee. They meet on the same day, I understand. In talking with Julie, the Farm Bureau meets at, let's say, noon, and then they break off into the committees and have their committee meetings immediately following their general meeting. And
How many times a year?
it's once a month, I believe, isn't it?
They do once a month meeting, and they're on Thursday mornings. I think it's 10 is they do a closed session, then they have 11 o'clock open meeting, and then it moves into committees. I believe. Yeah.
Where's it held at?
In Escondido.
At the.
They have offices in Escondido, for the San Diego Farm Bureau.
I'll do that one.
The water committee may meet at 3 o'clock. I know in February they're at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Want that one?
I was going to recommend you,
Alright, so I
Lisa,
can-
essentially because besides Max area and Rainbow, you're the largest agriculture
Yeah.
region.
Yeah.
So thank you, Lisa, for stepping up to that. Communication and customer services. I'm currently the representative on that. I don't mind becoming the alternate or allowing someone else to participate if they want to. Nobody wants to jump on that, eh? Okay.
Point yourself.
I will appoint myself as the representative. Is there anybody that'd be interested in being the alternative? Meets the third Thursday of the month, the third Tuesday of the month at 1 o'clock.
Patty, are you gonna stick with
I'll
it?
quiet over
Finance?
there.
Yeah, okay. Mhm.
Okay. We'll come back to that, circle back to that. Let's fill the ones that people want to do. Patty, you want to stay on budget and finance?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there somebody that's interested in being an alternative to that committee? A lot of people jumping forward.
We will, but I just want to get the main. Greg, are you hopping on engineering? Or you?
I just don't want to get ahead of the precedent. When he gets there, I'll
Well,
throw my name in.
I'm
We'll,
also-
we'll circle back to the alternate right now and keep on going and fill the thing, Engineering and Operations Committee. So Greg wants to be the primary on that.
And I can be the vacant.
You want to be the alternate?
The fake. Well, sometimes I am.
So Patty is the alternate on that committee.
So I'll do customer service if you want me to.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
Yeah. You want to be alternate? On this one?
I'll take alternate on the budget and finance. Oh, you were saying you would be interested in being the representative?
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine with me.
Yeah,
So Lisa will be the primary and I will be the alternate
for customer service
for customer service.
Okay.
and for budget and finance.
On budget and finance, Patty is the
Mhm.
representative.
And who's the alternate?
I said I
You
would
said
take the
you-
alternate. Okay. So that completes the committees. What we have is the representative for CSDA.
I'll do it. I need to learn.
I can be an alternate if you don't have.
Mac has volunteered as alternate, but if you'd rather do it.
No,
fine.
that's fine. If he's-
Okay. So that looks like we have all the committees, all the slots filled, except for the ad hoc committee on the MOU,
I'd be interested in that.
and I would be too as well. So the two directors on the ad hoc committee for MOU negotiations are Mac and Hamilton.
I think you've done it.
Wow, that was easy, more or less. So now we have can take a motion to approve all of these changes and the appointment. And the second page of the attachment, I don't know, you all have one of these that showed the individual members in their terms. Which now are going to all be approved effective for 4 years, starting January 1st. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Also move.
I'll second. Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Hamilton. All those in favor,
Yes, I'll do
it's
it.
an ordinance for
Yeah.
the admin code changes, so it has to be a roll call vote.
Yes. Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Townsend Smith,
Aye.
Director Hoffman,
Aye.
Director Irvine.
Aye.
Director Hamilton,
Aye.
motion carries 5-0.
And that concludes the action items. Presentations.
Can I just say one thing? I'm also interested in the Farm Bureau, even though my district is not very farmy. But that's one of the reasons I ran for the board. I happened to go to one of their meetings, so I just wanted to tell Lisa, if you can't make it, give me a call.
Okay, like an alternate.
Right,
Okay, okay,
because it is once a month, and so that might interfere with your social lives.
for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Very heavy.
It'd probably be beneficial to have an alternate because we should be represented in each meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Presentations, review of the emergency response thing. I'd like to commend Jake and FPUD for putting out in the latest issue of the Village News. There's an excellent article on the emergency preparedness.
You mean Carlene and Amanda, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The movers and shakers that actually never get the credit for it.
No, it was actually North County Fire came to us and wanted to put something out to just, kind of highlight the level of coordination that goes on around here. I think it is somewhat unique just because we are smaller agencies, even North County Fire, that we just have the ability to do that. We can kind of coordinate on, chief and the general managers and the battalion and the operations folks with our operations folks. But it is it's unique, at least from what I've seen, as far as emergency response, working with the local water districts and staff to kind of jointly, respond to these things. And we're happy to assist.
And I think it's important, you look at what happened up north and you wonder how close the water departments were tied to the fire departments for trying to move water to them. And that's one of the things I know that Robert's group works very hard with in fire situations, is that they're in contact with our SCADA people and pumping water where it needs to be pumped.
Yeah, and that's part of really what we wanted to go over today. I mean, we've had multiple events that have gone on. Started with the PSPS threats. The potential for and those are public safety power shutoffs. So weather conditions are dry, hot, windy, combination of those factors. And the power company will turn the power off, creates some challenges for us. But Robert and his team have been dealing with this for several years now. And we have had fires, rip through this service area, both Lilac and Rice Canyon. So I think learned a lot from those, and I think we continue to learn every event that happens. But really, those started back in November. We had another PSPS in December, and then everybody knows January. I mean, it was just really, really dry, and Santa Ana's kind of coming and going and coming and going. It was weeks of that kind of action. So wanted to present a couple of things. Robert's going to go through a slide deck here on really a few key events that happened and kind of Rainbow's, general response to these types of events, and then some very specific things that we did over the last few weeks. So take it away.
Thank you. So yeah, as Jake said, public safety power shutoffs have become a reality with SDG&E and the whole county as a result of the 2003, 2007 fires in the county, where SDG&E was held liable for those fires financially. So one of the ways that they mitigate that is kill the power. And it's an inconvenience for everybody, all the utilities, the homeowner, everybody. And some folks here have had to go through having their houses out for extended time. See if I like to wander, but we'll see if the everything cooperates. We as a water utility are very proactive when it comes to public safety power shutoffs. So what we're going to go through on these presentations is some of the things that we do proactively as we begin to get notified and as we're tracking what's going on with the weather. But just to let everybody know, our tanks normally operate at fluctuating levels depending on what the season is. A lot of people think that if, let's say you have a 30-foot tall tank, that you have 30 feet of water sitting in that tank all the time. We don't. It can be down as low as 3 feet on any occasion. So it fluctuates constantly. The winter time, we carry less water in the tanks because it's just not getting used. And we operate the tanks in a manner to keep the water fresh. So our operators make that decision 3 times a day based on weather and usage, how much water they're going to have in the tanks. But when the public safety power shutoff comes in, that throws that whole model into, I don't want to say chaos, but it turns things around a little bit for us. So usually how these start is we get a 72 to 48 hour notice from SDG&E. For us, we call this condition yellow. And on the next slide, I'll show you what these conditions actually mean. They'll email, there's I think about 5 of us in the district that they'll send an email to letting us know that your power could be turned off, and they'll list all the circuits for what sites we have. We bounce that off a master spreadsheet that we have from SDG&E, and we say, okay, it's these sites, we got it. As part of that, the National Weather Service will issue a red flag warning and also a fire watch. So we get those on our weather apps. So those are another indicators that something's coming, it's not looking good. We get the 48 hour to 24 hour notice from SDG&E, and what we do is set condition red. So that, and I'll explain that when we get to the next slide. And we stay at condition red until the PSPS ends. What was unique about this year is they didn't end. They went on. So they would end for a day. And The way that these PSPS events end is when SDG&E inspects the power lines to make sure there's no trees or debris stuck on them, no lines are falling into the ground. So they have to inspect them before they turn the lines back on. And that can take a day. Sometimes they use drones, helicopters, guys driving around, who knows? During the PSPS events, there's twice daily meetings with SDG&E at 10 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Something that we've instituted additionally just this year is that our senior management team here at Rainbow also meets twice a day during these events. And then ultimately we're monitoring weather conditions, but we like to use SDG&E's weather. So they have a whole forecasting system. They have a lot of little, they can monitor the weather throughout the county much more effectively than the National Weather Service. So the National Weather Service is monitoring the whole county, and SDG&E is monitoring microclimates throughout the county. So it's pretty effective weather map that they have. So these are the conditions that we have, and there's a lot going on here. So when condition yellow, it's basically a checklist. It tells us kind of things to be on the lookout for. But what's important on this is that we set the levels of the tanks between 50% and 75%. So when we get that first notification and we set condition yellow, the operators have to run the tanks up at a minimum of 50% and hold. They can't go lower than that. Okay. When we go to condition red, which means that PSPS is going to happen, they're not going to recall that. We set the tanks at 75% to 100% full. Okay. Now keep in mind what I said earlier is those tanks need to fluctuate to keep the water fresh. So now we're going to start that fight on how do we maintain water quality if the tanks are full all the time. So we've got to have the tanks full for firefighting purposes. Also, the tanks are full in case we have main breaks. It buys us time to get out there and isolate the line because that tank's going to start draining. With the water main break, we can isolate the water. If we only have 3 feet in the tank, it'll go dry. We don't have enough time to get out there. But it's a challenge. And this year was really challenging. So for instance, when this last PSPS ended last week, right?
Yeah.
So we timed it. So on Thursday night at the 8 p.m. flow change, we started doing what's called dumping the tanks. So we turned off all the pump stations and let the tanks come down and just feed the customers. Instead of that constant pumping water into the tanks, we called it at 8 o'clock on Thursday night. We said, hey, they're going to wind down. They're saying the weather's going to change in the morning, but we've got this water stacked up and rain's coming. And we know our demands are going to drop off. We've got to get the water out. Right. And we made it. We got it out. And we got all the tanks deep. We call it deep cycle. They ran down to 3 feet and then we filled them back up a little bit. So we made it, but it was close. Some of the existing preparations that we've had ongoing for several years. Yes, sir.
If I can interrupt, how long does it take to typically fill a tank or take you to go from 3 feet to 50%?
So Morrow Reservoir, 150 million gallons.
Yeah.
Take us about 45 days.
Oh, wow.
But a Hutton tank that's up here by Bob Marnett's house, 12 hours, 14 hours from 0 to 30 feet.
Okay. So the tanks are typically less than 24 hours.
Tanks go quick. The reservoirs take a while.
Oh, wow.
Large volume of water.
Robert, I got a question for you.
Sure.
When you talk about water freshness in terms of when you top them off, how many days in the tank do you like to think of water being fresh? You know, like what's your turnover? I know it's probably not a specific amount, but is there like a ballpark of how much you like to turn those over and keep the water fresh?
So they turn themselves over by demand. So the 3 tanks in the southern zone down along the Gopher Canyon corridor, they're turning over almost every 24 hours. But it also depends on the season. So summertime, all the tanks are turned over quickly within 24 hours. The wintertime, nobody's using any water. We're heavy in agriculture. So what we do is we lower the amount of water in that tank so it turns over faster.
So in other words, if you, during this particular event, you top them off to 75%, you don't obviously use that water. You don't have an event,
right?
But you're there. as that's draining down, I mean, when you talk about freshness of the water,
So
how many days would you say you'd want that water at 75% to turn over? Is there a formula for that or?
So it is draining down, but we're refilling it very rapidly with the pump stations. I would say, I don't know, if you talk to Southern Tanks, what do you think?
Maybe better answer that is we monitor the chlorine residual on there. So that's kind of our indicator on the freshness. You know, we filled them up and they had 2.5 parts. 4 days later, you still have 2 parts. That's
Still good water.
so that's kind of our main thing. If you see that residual start dropping, that's when we want to start either dosing or dropping faster.
Thank you.
Hard to give you exact,
I know.
there's a lot of factors involved in it. Some of the existing preparations and these were, some of these came out of the Lilac fire in our after action report on how we reacted as a district in 2017. So, and we put sprinklers on top of several of our pump stations. So the old fashioned, like, we've installed those, I don't know, 4 years ago, probably on several of our pump stations. So an operator can get out there, if there's a fire coming that way, turn it on and leave. And what it does is it keeps pumps and motors cool. It keeps all the electrical panels cool and wet. And I think it's our last slide. I'll have a picture of what that looks like. We've also, in the last several years, have got some backup generators at some of our pump stations. So that's helped us out quite a bit. We're very proactive in clearing brush from the perimeters of tanks, pump stations, and lift stations. That goes on every year. We actually have off-site district cameras. So on some of our reservoirs and pump stations, we have cameras that we can access from the office. So if there is a fire, we can just rotate the camera and see what's going on before we just run out there and look. The rapid aerial water supply, so that's that tank on the left, it's open like that. So that's kind of the view from the helicopter. They drop their snorkel in there, suck out the water and then take off. If you recall, that was used in the garden fire. It was hit 33 times. So they pulled 33 loads out of there during the garden fire. We were the first ones in the county to have that. Wild Animal Park has one now. I think that's it. The one that Valicitos or San Marcos has is a little bit different. It's a helipod.
I have a question,
sir.
while you're on that subject. So, obviously it's a good thing that we're one of the first and we do have one. Would it make sense, depending upon funding for every reservoir to have that ability to dump that water into those hell hydrants? And if so, is that a joint funding effort through CAL FIRE and are there any grant funds coming online?
So a couple questions there. So CAL FIRE identified key locations throughout the county, and they were directed by the County Board of Supervisors about where they would want these placed. And that's a very interesting phenomenon because what we think are good sites versus what they think are good sites, it's night and day. The only other site that they picked in our district is the Gomez Tank site. So that's off of Paula Temecula Road. It's out in the hills. Jeremy Way, Paula Temecula Road. When we go on a tour, we'll probably
East side,
we'll hit that.
way
It's
east side.
pretty rural out there.
Got it.
So they identified that site. We've been actively looking for grant funding. We keep kind of throwing these hints out there that we would like some, the County Board of Supervisors, they do have discretionary grant funding. CAL FIRE, when they helped us with this one, helped us mostly with labor. They didn't contribute any dollars with it. North County Fire helped financially with it. So one of the things that we keep bringing up, like, let's get that second one going. So
it's interesting that their models have very limited locations on that.
It's driven by the pilot.
By where it's accessible to the helicopter where they
Can
can.
I get it in? And if I have a problem, can I get out?
So like we thought a great spot would be Beck Reservoir that's empty. We're like, you could put it down there. We can get water to it. It'd be a great spot. And they're like, no, we're not going to fly into something and then try and lift out of that. That doesn't work that way. We're like, okay. So they found another spot. They're like, this is great. It's at the top of the hill. And we're like, well, we can't even get you water pressure up there. So no, that's not going to work. So the back and forth. The supervisors and myself get a text from Northcom. So Northcom is the dispatch agency for all the North County fire departments. So we get a courtesy text from them when there's a vegetation fire within our service area. We also get a courtesy text for them, like if there's a main break or a hydrant, and the fire department first responds there. So sometimes that happens. The hydrant gets hit, people call 911. We'll get a text message from Northcom, you letting us what's going on. Watch Duty app is a very popular application that we use on our phones to monitor fires once they start. A lot of great information on there. If you don't have it, I get it because it's that information that's put out is top notch.
What was the app again?
Watch Duty. I mean, it's almost like the battalion chief that's there fighting the fire is putting the updates on there. It's pretty accurate. Pulse Point is another app that we use where you can pick what fire departments you want to receive notifications from, and you can pick what categories you want to get notifications from. You can check everything, and then all you see is medical aid, medical aid, medical aid, medical aid. But it's good because they'll say water emergency sometimes. So we'll see that on our, oh, there's a water emergency. Before we even get called or dispatched to it, we'll see it on these apps. So we're pretty proactive with some of this technology that we're using. One thing we did different this year is we did no water line shutdowns during PSPS events. And that came out of discussions after seeing what was going on up in LA with the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. We didn't think it was prudent to start shutting water lines down when people didn't have any power. That's one thing. But then what if there's a fire and we have that water line off in that area and those hydrants need to be accessed? Now, there's a caveat to that. If there's a water main break, water line blew out, we don't have an option. We have to shut it down. We have to isolate that section of pipe. So that is a caveat. Okay. I'll try and pick up the pace because I got to be home by 6 tonight.
Oh, me too.
We actually have a checklist. I'll briefly go through this. So whoever's first to get on scene, whether it's myself, the supervisor, safety officer, we all have this checklist. We actually know what to do, but sometimes in the moment of chaos, this really helps you to get down and figure out, did I miss anything in here? What we try and do is get somebody that's a decision maker to the incident command post to figure out where the fire is going. Is it going to impact our operations? So pump station, a tank, or is it going to impact our crews that are working in the field? So if we have a crew that's working in the field on something and that fire's coming their way, we need to get them out of there. Right. And they may not even know that it's coming their way. We also want to notify the rest of the managers and the GM what the status is of the fire. They've got it. It's a 10 by 10 spot fire. It's no big deal. Or like in the case of the Lilac fire last week, this thing blowing. It's going. So we were doing notifications. I think I called you. It was about 4 in the morning.
4 in the morning, yeah.
And luckily, you know, I don't call him normally at 4 in the morning, so he picked up the phone. We also have a way of notifying our staff through text message all at one time, so we can give them a message of what to do. In this case, for the Lilac fire, we notify them, don't come, office staff do not come to work because it's an evacuation zone, work remotely. And this is more, this is after the fire gets going and we need to figure out what our plan of action is for the next operational period. So this is called a planning P. And it just gives you, if you're the incident commander or the ops chief, it gives you a way to go through your planning for an operational period. And that's part of our overall checklist. Okay. So that's how we prepare. And that's a routine for us. Something unique happened out of the Eaton fires and the Palisades fire. This organization called CalWARN, which stands for California Water Agencies Response Network, started notifying water districts that the water districts on the Eaton fire that were impacted by the Eaton fire needed help. So mutual aid. We do it all the time locally. Fallbrook calls, they've got a main break, they can't get anybody to come to work, or their guys have been working too much. We go help them fix their lines. It always happens. CalWARN's, it's a voluntary thing, no cost to join, no obligations, but they basically coordinate mutual aid across the state of California. All states have this. Okay. And specifically, we're in Region 6, which is a California Office of Emergency Services region. That's what we're part of, Region 6, which goes all the way up to LA. Some quick footnotes on the Eaton fire. I think if anybody that's watching the news kind of has an understanding of what was going on with the Eaton fire. JPL over here. Side you live on? What you locking you out of Flint Ridge? West side, right? Altadena area. Okay, Eaton fire started down Eaton Canyon. 5th deadliest fire in California history. You can read the stats there. This is the service area. It's kind of hard to see, but they have a bunch of little different little water districts up there. So a lot of the water districts have 10 or 11 employees, and that's it. The Rubio Canyon Land and Water Association has 10 employees with about 4,000 customers. So a small, really small water district. It's an interesting little area up there. January 15, Cal Warren sent an email out, requested a team to dewater some of the reservoirs where the roofs had burnt down during the fires and collapsed into the reservoirs, causing the reservoirs to go offline. They had to be isolated. This was for Rubio Canyon and Water Association. Rainbow, we offered up help, and we were selected to arrive on 07 in the morning. But what was interesting is that night they canceled us. They said, no, we don't need you guys. The next day around noon, they called and said, we need you. How fast can you be here?
Oh, jeez.
Talked to Jake, talked about what it would do to our own operations, who we were going to take, what we were going to be taking up there. We were able to figure it out with a minimal amount of people, take some equipment up there without impacting our daily operations. The crew left here around 2 o'clock on that Thursday, got up there at 4 o'clock and started working that day and worked into the night until about 10 o'clock that night. This picture is one of the 3 reservoirs on site. So this is a reservoir right here that did not get burnt, and it has the cover on it. This is obviously one that got burnt with the wooden cover. They were constructed in 1934, still in operation. There's a third one that's on the front of the street that's not in this picture.
What is the water? Like, obviously get rid of water, but like,
Take the water out. So the plan was, what the assignment was get all the water out so that the contractor could come in and remove all the debris. And then they got to figure out how they're going to cover it back up and get water back in there, drinking water. So that water district, from what I understand, was only operating on the one operational reservoir. There was one more on another street, and that was it. So I think out of 6, they lost like 4 went out of service from the fires. Let me get the video. So just a little video when the crew got there that night. This is the other reservoir that's on the street that's not in the picture to the left. So it looks almost exactly the same, but again, they wanted this done as soon as possible. You can kind of see a shot in the background right there, some of the devastation from the fires. One of the things that when I was talking to some of the people up there about what had happened, we realized that all the trees that were up there, if you're familiar with Altadena and Pasadena and Christmas Tree Lane, people's homes that had a lot of trees around them, those homes burnt. Other homes that didn't have trees around them didn't burn. So as you drive down the road, you'd see 3 homes gone, another home's fine. And it was that reoccurring theme that those homes that didn't have trees were okay. They didn't have sprinkler systems on roofs or anything like that. In fact, one of the homes down the street that I saw had a placard on there. It was a historical home, and it was built in 1904. My family's from that area, and it has never changed as long as I've been alive. It's always been the same up there. So just give you an idea of the size and the scope of what we were looking at. That water right there was about 3 feet deep. And we brought a 6-inch trailer pump up there. And then we had smaller sump pumps, and we just started getting all that water out as fast as we could. Just another video. That's my truck right there. And then I had the other guys filming this. You can just get an idea what it looks like going up. This is Lake Boulevard. I've been up and down the street several times. If you look at the mountains in the background where it's all like that light brown, that's where there's no vegetation left. And again, in the video, it's really strange. Like you see that building still standing, but
Yeah.
the next building down's gone. No rhyme or reason.
Is that Angela's Crest, those mountains?
No, that's Mount Baldy, isn't it?
Yeah.
The mountains in the back, like up above Altadena. Yeah. So this is another quick video that I thought was interesting. We came back the next day to grab a ladder for the next site that we were at. So this was the site we were at during the night. Well, what's interesting about this is the amount of utility workers that were on scene. So the gas company guys were there and they have to jackhammer up and disconnect all the gas lines at their gas mains so the homes can be demolished, what's left. All the electric guys are there rehanging power poles, power lines, transformers, and then the tree companies are in there trimming all the trees out of the way so that everybody can do work. And then you got water utility guys trying to get the water systems back up in operation. So it was a huge movement of utility workers all at the same time trying to get stuff going. And I began to understand why residents weren't allowed back in, even though the fire had stopped, but there was no power, there was no water, like there's nothing to come back to. There's nothing for you to do. This was the second site, Calavera. These were 2 water tanks. They look exactly the same. So for the sake of brevity, we're just going to show one tank. This is what it looked like when we got there. This is what it looked like when we got the water out. Same thing, the roof, wooden roof collapsed in. We were able to get all the water out. In the background are the mail trucks. And then here's the rest of them that are burnt. And then the mail office, the post office is gone. So this was a job that was given to us on the last day. So we went up there on a Thursday, came back on a Friday night. Okay, so mutual aid. We went up there and helped another water district out. We will get reimbursed. That's part of the how the CalWarn network works. It does take time. It doesn't happen quickly. Jake and I were talking. We both agreed it's probably 6 months to a year where we see something. I suspect in a couple months they'll reach out to us, say, okay, who did you have up there? How many hours did you have? And go through equipment and all that stuff. But it was a great experience. Helping another district out that needed help and get our name out there. We're willing to help. And then last week happened in the middle of the PSPS events. So Isa, raise your hand, Isa, construction supervisor, was out on Monday night. It was a holiday for us. He's out on Monday night working a main break with 2 other guys on the construction crew. He calls me, I think around 12:30, wakes me up. Again, he never calls me in the middle of the night. He'll text me updates. I get up in the morning. I'm like, oh, okay, they got it done. So he calls me and he says, hey, I think you need to come to work. There's 2 fires here. And I'm thinking, well, are you already there? He's like, we're working on a main break. I'm like, oh. So I get up, start heading out there, turn the radios on, start hearing the chatter. And as I'm coming down 76 and I'm at Olive Hill and I look up and I can see the lilac fire coming over the hill. And I'm like, holy smokes. And then I look over to the left and I could barely see the plume from the Paula fire. And I'm like, wow. So our safety officer had already come out. So he went up to bird dog the lilac fire, went up to check the Paula fire. And it was moving quick. So Paula fire, it was right at Cananita and Paula Mesa. There's a little brushy area between the freeway and 395. Burnt most of that hill, jumped over into the brushy area on the west side of 395 and burnt into the golf course a little bit. And they held it right there. That one, they got out pretty quick. They had water sources really close by, made quick work of that one, only 17 acres. But the lilac fire, which started, this is a picture of the Paula fire, but the lilac fire that started down on the freeway, ran up the slope, jumped 395, and it ran up to Bob Marnett, who's one of our committee members for E&O, went around his house, around our Hutton tank that's up there. It started coming down the hill. What it also did, it was spot fired over by Sullivan Elementary School behind Sullivan. So between Vessel's property and Sullivan, there's a slope there. It's spot fired there, which is probably a solid mile away. So they jumped on that one as well. And then they decided to make a line right there. So they brought in about 6 bulldozers and they just went down through Vessels and just cut all the way to the river to cut a line across. And all this was going on from 12:30 to about 5 or 6 in the morning. It was pretty chaotic. So this is our Hutton tank, and you can see how the fire burned down and around it. We got somebody up there pretty early in the morning once the fire passed through. That's our illustrious leader checking out the damage there. But no damage to our tank. And why did we not have damage to our tank? The fire went right around it. We had no vegetation. Right? Pretty much it. We had no vegetation. That tank had 26 feet of water in it when the fire went by. Yep. So this is a look at the Lilac fire coming down 395 towards our yard. So West Lilac turn is right here.
Yeah.
Turn this way to go to the West Lilac Bridge over the 15. That was taken by our safety officer. So that's what it looked like when he was coming into work that morning. Doesn't look good. And Bob Marnette's house is right there at the top. This is what it looked like the day after.
Good. And it's almost the exact same spot that the 2017 Lilac fire.
Not far away.
A
Yep.
couple miles south.
Just right up the hill. So fire is a reality in our district, and we're, as a water district, we're very forward thinking. When I talk to other water districts, they're kind of shocked at the level of what we do preparation, but it's come out of
Experience.
experience. Exactly. On a side note, Metropolitan Water was working with those smaller water districts up there because one of them, Rubio Canyon, said they have 4,000 customers, but they lost 3,000 homes. All their customers are domestic customers. So if you're a water district and you lose
3/4.
90%, yeah, of your customer base, how do you recover from that? Right? Something that you start thinking about. Oh, one more thing. So fire sprinklers, I said this is our last slide. So these are the sprinklers that we put. You can see them up here. So you can turn them on. So this is a pump station where it's exposed. This is our older style pump station. This white cabinet holds a bunch of electronics in it. Basically it's from the green SDG&E cabinet, goes into here and then goes to the pumps and motors. So we don't want any of that to burn down, right? If that were to burn down, we could not fix that in a week. We could not. So we could get probably the pumps are underground. So all this is metal piping underground. We could probably get a new motor, but we're not going to fix all this electronics that are in there in a week. That pump station's going to be down. So
Generation of that.
yes, it's actually out of the picture. So last year before, we got a Cal OES grant for backup generators, and actually it's sitting right over here.
That gets protected obviously too.
Yep. And it's the same thing with the sites. So we keep, if you notice, there's no brush inside there, and there's 3/4 inch rock on the ground and stuff like that. Yeah.
I may say something real quick on this, and then you look at that and you're like, oh, that's not about fire. But I activated that before we had to call it, and you activated it an hour or two. You're like, hey, it's fire might come over here. And you go back after an hour without running, it's like a rain was there of moisture. So if a fire was to go through, I believe that there would be a moisture in the air to really help mitigate, like the only fire go around. I was very surprised when we walked up, like, wow, it's really wet around here. So.
No. If you think of your sprinkler systems, on your yard, you generally run them for half an hour and it's pretty dang wet. One of the things I found out in the Lilac fire, because I got evacuated, is they put trucks in the driveway of every the houses in the neighborhood. The first thing the firemen did was look for irrigation system, and they went and turned them on. Problem with PSPS, I'm on a well, no power, no water.
Yeah.
I fixed that.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the events, stuff that happened up in LA and really kind of having us threatened again makes you revisit kind of some of the things that that kind of keep you up at night as far as we've done I think and to Robert and the operations team credit, and really to Rainbow's credit, done a lot to prepare. There's more we can do, and obviously some of it requires funding. And to Director Irvine's question before, we had some a lot of conversations over the last couple of weeks, because usually what happens out of these things, which it's not a good thing, but when you have these major disasters, usually FEMA money flows into like when they had the Paradise Fire, that I think that was kind of the last big one. And what happens is, the disaster area is declared, funding comes in, a portion of that funding is reserved for future mitigation. So it's actually a percentage that comes in, and that's the money that comes through Cal OES, like these generators that we got the last go around. That's what drives a lot of these big grant funds, grant funding events that happen over a couple of years. And so we talked a lot about, obviously being prepared when that funding does come available. And even beyond that, things that we can do maybe ahead of time to even shore things up a little bit further. And so a couple of things came out of that. There are still sites where we would like to have backup generators. I think the first go around, we took care of sites that really that's the only source that they had, right? A pump to a tank, and no other way to get water there. So the most critical sites were done first. We do have one trailer mounted mobile generator. It's not enough. So that's actually one thing we're looking at potentially coming back to you immediately for a potential second, because we actually had we mobilized the one unit up to Lookout Pump Station, but actually had to rent a unit for one of our lift stations, and at that point there's no more generators, right? So any of these sites are now kind of vulnerable, and so even just one additional mobile unit would do a lot to shore up some of that. So we're talking about that potentially in the very near future, bring in a request. We're looking at cost and seeing what would give us the most flexibility as far as things we could drag out to most of our pump stations and things like that, depending on where where you're threatened. There are a couple of sites where we would like to have a fixed generator. That's a much larger cost, but something we would like to prepare for as we start to see grant funding come out. And the first one's a Lilac Pump Station. That's one of our newer pump station. It is larger, so it requires a larger generator. But that one would be a key site. And then also Rainbow Heights, which currently doesn't have a backup generator. Those would be I think our two primary to target next. That's probably a couple, $1.5 to $2 million worth of funding that would be needed. But I think the idea is to get started on some of these things, get the planning and get on. So when that funding does come available, you're shovel ready basically. So we'll be looking at that. We're about to kick off our CIP, and so we'll talk about maybe some design efforts and things to kind of get those things going. Robert talked about the next heli hydrant. I think that would definitely be a target for the grant funding for the one out at Gomez. And again, something we could probably get started with some planning and maybe some preliminary design to get things on paper and get moving. But those are the few projects that would really benefit from from some funding and some action by us that we'd like to get started on. Obviously, these kind of units where we've got the ability to put some water down at the pump stations. I think Robert said we have 4 or so, but maybe continuing those efforts. The fuel management, we actually got a grant for that. And so we just put out an RFP, and that's coming to E&O and the board next month for really a more coordinated mitigation effort of all of our easements and, you know, brush management. So I think we have about what's it, 160,000 in grant funding. And then we budget every year for those activities too. So we're going to kind of couple those two sources and do kind of a major clearing, I think, over the next year, and then followed, I think it's a 3-year program to make sure that fuel management's continued. The other thing that really, you know, hit me, and we all know this, but it's just kind of a reminder, is really when Robert and them went up to assist with those things, and you start to think about, you know, losing a facility like that, and really the process to get it back online. And I know we talked about this when we were doing we were talking about the different reserve levels. You know, this is for just our normal operating, this is for emergency response. But you start to look at those things, and really you need to have the ability to fund those things, even though there's probably funding coming in at some point. You know, FEMA's going to come through with some money, you know, whoever, state of California, whatever it is, for some disaster relief. You know, if we lose one of our pump stations, there isn't really an option to go, hey, let's wait and we'll wait till that funding comes in and then we'll rebuild the pump station. You actually have to fund, you know, and that might be $6-8 million that, or 10 million, you know, that has to go out the door to get it, you know. Again, obviously we're going to pursue reimbursement, but that those are funds you have to have on hand to do those kind of things. So it actually kind of reinforced the you know, I think we got to be steadfast in that to make sure we've got those kind of, because we are definitely not we're not immune to these kind of events, right? That it could definitely happen here. It has happened here. I think with the Lilac fire, to be quite honest, we got a little bit lucky. You know, the wind died down and firefighters attacked it really aggressively. They had a couple nighttime helicopters that were fighting it. But you know, it's really just you know, if you got 60-80 mile an hour winds going, you know, that's a event that could definitely occur. So anyway, it's just kind of reinforced that, hey, we definitely have to be prepared on all fronts. I think our operations teams does a great job. But even on the financial side, we've got to be prepared too. So it was kind of a good reminder for that. So.
Yeah, I'd like to say some things that I've been thinking about this for quite a while since these fires have happened. And I want to thank Robert and you to do all this. This is wonderful. But I have other concerns, and then maybe you can let me know if this is going on. In the fires up in northern Los Angeles area, by listening to all the reports that there's going to be a lot of litigation. They're already pointing at one electric company, and then they're pointing the finger also at Los Angeles of having the reservoir almost a year totally dry. And hopefully it's a learning experience for what we can take from what their mistakes were. My question, actually several questions. One, do we have a flow chart that all the employees here know exactly what to do in a type of catastrophe? For example, when I worked for the city of San Marcos, the EOC was set up in Public Works, and we would do a dry run. I think we only did it twice. We did it Y2K, and the other time was, I think they came up, they said it was an earthquake of some 7 point something or other. And we were doing a preparedness in there that all the employees had a directive, and there was actually something printing out that, you know, this individual, if there is talking to the newspapers and radio and TV, this person is going to be doing the solely talking. And they also had a backup. Everybody knew exactly what they're going to do. And so I don't know if you have that. If you do, that's wonderful. I think we need to have stuff like that if you already have it. Because also what I also learned in the city of going to JPIA, it's also about backup paperwork. And if you can show, if there was a catastrophe, that we had a plan, and this is a double-edged sword, because if you do have it written in paper, about what you're gonna do and you don't follow it, then you get on the other edge. But to cover your butt, it's very good to have to show there is legality and lawsuits. It's good to show that we were prepared. This is the game plan. And I know maybe you have that, and if you do, that's great. But I do, one of my concerns, just listening to you, Robert, you're a whiz, dude. You're a whiz. And my concern is, what if you're out having your 25th anniversary in the Bahamas and you're not around?
So so a couple really good questions and working, so operations works closely with Carlene and her team. And what we've done is we've updated the hazardous mitigation plan. So that's one of those things that you identified hazards and when it comes time for reimbursement, they're looking back at exactly what you said in your plans. We've updated the emergency operations plan, but this last year we took it a step further and we identified exactly what you said, people in their key positions of what they would do. So a great example is public information officer. Correct me if I'm wrong, Carlene, you would be the primary and Amanda here would be the backup to that. So we went through and identified people in these key positions and actually have their pictures printed out and what they're going to be doing, all that.
Yeah, so we have an emergency response plan, and we've had meetings with our management team, and then with broader meetings with people who are likely to be assigned a role if we open our EOC in response to a larger fire event like the 2017 Lilac Fire. So everybody who's likely to be assigned a role, whether it's incident commander, operations chief, like Robert would be PIO, like Amanda and I would be, we all kind of know what we're likely to be assigned and what those roles are. And and we, a couple times a year at least, we have these live drills like we did with the recent Lilac Fire. And then we debrief afterwards and talk about, okay, what went right? What could we do better next time? And it's just a continuous learning process.
I do think another thing is I learned working for the city, everything is PR and how you present stuff. And that's wonderful that you have all that. I think maybe you can put on the website or something in the near future, even in the mailings, that show that Rainbow is prepared for as best we can. We are prepared, and let our residents and ratepayers know that, if something drastically does, we will be prepared. And I just think that's another good PR move to show that, just like I'm sure you got the thing from the Water Authority where their general manager is giving an update of what they've learned. Have you been getting that? He sent out 2 in the last.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Dan. I think
Yeah.
it's Dan. And so I think that's another good thing that we might want to do, to let our ratepayers know that, hey, we're, it's a learning experience and we got your back. I mean, I think it's a really good PR move, but I really want to make sure we have, preferably in writing, everybody knows if there is a disaster, if Robert's not here, so-and-so is going to, and they know what to do. I just don't want it to say this is the next person up, but they really need to know if you happen to be in the Bahamas. It's very important that everybody knows their position and what is expected of them.
So during the PSPS, we met twice a day, the executive management team, and part of that during those meetings, we're talking about, okay, what happens? Are you available tonight if something goes down? Yes. Okay. So we're ensuring that everybody on the management team understands the situation and what's going on. So when we did the Lilac Fire, we actually had everybody in operations. We briefed everybody, brought everybody back in the yard, gave them a briefing of what was going on.
Another tool that we have, because the incident commander could assign anyone. I mean, I could be assigned ops chief. I would not be the most ideal situation, but if Robert and they're all, unavailable or something like that, the incident commander, which is usually the general manager or the second person, if we're doing the 12 on, 12 off type of shifts, each role has a binder that has all of the duties of whatever the role is in the emergency response plan. So whether you're the logistics chief, the finance chief, the ops chief, the safety role. So we have a binder. So it's designed to be plug and play. So anyone could be assigned it. You open the binder, there's instructions, there's all the FEMA required forms that we need for our future grant applications for, disaster relief recovery. So it's designed so that even if you're not assigned the role you thought you would be, that you anticipated being, that we were reasonably foresaw that we were likely to be, you still have a tool that's in writing that's created for you. That's kind of like an instruction manual.
When Jake goes on vacation, he'll designate one of the managers to be, his
Acting,
spokesperson or whatever, however you want to call it. Same thing when the managers go on vacation, they designate somebody. So if I go, I may tell everybody, okay, I'm going on vacation next week and you got any issues, call Issa. He's me while I'm gone.
Yeah. So there are paper binders in our EOC center as well as electronic ones. If someone has to do it remotely, like we did the PIO stuff last week remotely.
This is one last thing, and then I'll shut up. The other thing was brought up in that LA fire, which I think this is really, again, it's all PR and it's what's perception of what the public. And the mayor, since she took off to go to Ghana, and she was forewarned, I think it was 4 or 5 days prior, that they have potential of windstorm. And my point being here is, so she took off knowing that there's potential. And the problem was, number 2 was in charge, was being investigated by the FBI, and he was on leave because something about doing bombs. So who's in charge and who's second in charge aren't available. So my point I'm trying to get to is, I don't want to be one of those municipalities where when we did in the city, when we knew something was coming up, I wasn't the most popular person because I had to deny some vacations or time off because I just say, I'm sorry. For example, we just been notified for the next 4 or 5 days, there's going to be potential really heavy Santa Ana winds, which I need the staffing. We may not need it, but I can't give you that time off just because what I don't want, if you can understand, is be prepared personnel wise, that I don't want to hear news at 11 that some water district let half the staff off because of whatever, when they were forewarned there's a potential problem.
So I know exactly what you're saying, and I would say from our past experiences here, we actually take these things much more seriously than most people. And because we have that will never happen here. We don't have that mentality because it has happened here. And a lot of
several times.
Yeah, so a lot of things, main breaks, Hurricane Hillary, we spun up for that over on a weekend. Fires, it's literally fires are routine. I mean, just like main breaks are. So in that sense, when you look at the community that we went to help, Altadena, my whole side of my dad's family's from there. So I've been going up there my whole life, and it always looked the same to me forever. And so when I started seeing things all the way back to the early 1900s, so maybe there was that could never happen here. I don't know. But when you're used to having issues happen, we understand staff up. One of the things on our condition yellow, condition red, on condition red, all the supervisory staff needs to be here. Right? That's actually one of the things we say. I mean, obviously if there's extenuating death in the family or something like that, but
understand,
I don't want Issa working or Steve working from home up in Temecula when we've got condition red going on in our district and he's trying to manage things from his home office. Like that doesn't work. So it's one of the requirements that we're all here.
Okay.
Staffed up.
Do we have that in writing, or do we have that? 'Cause that's the whole thing I'm trying to get to, is when we have stuff in writing, maybe that's again, it's a double-edged sword. If you have it in writing, if you don't follow it, then you get.
Well,
Well,
We have in all of our job descriptions, list on them that all California public agency employees are disaster service workers and could be required to come in case of a declared emergency. So
Okay.
every single job description has that on it.
And again, I think again, maybe we can put it in the website or something like, just to assure our ratepayers that,
Mhm.
we're prepared and we're doing our ultimate best for them.
More the highlights of in the
Mhm.
detail. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Yes.
Very informative.
All right. Me and Steve are up next, and then Issa, and we're gonna go quick. Much less important. It's much less important than what Robert was talking about. That's good stuff. I'll take the front and then I'll pass it on to you. Okay. So wanted to, I want Steve to give this is Steve Coffey, our operations supervisor, and he's going to give some details on the pump station commissioning. I thought it was really interesting, and again, our guys did a great job. Again, the preparations were top notch, and I'll let him go over that with you. But wanted to make sure you guys kind of understood some of the system operations and the changes to system operations that have happened since October, since we detached. I know some of you may be familiar with it, some not quite as much. But do I have that thing, or you want to go next slide? Oh, you go next slide. There you go. So I want to talk, system and operations modifications. Steve's going to talk about the startup and commissioning of facilities. And I want to end it just giving you some status on the exit fee payment and some of our the savings and that kind of thing. So next slide. So really there was three main things that occurred, and really what drove some of these system operations modifications was elimination of the use of the Southern San Diego County Water Authority turnouts. That's RB3, 6, and 11 is kind of their code name, but we don't use those anymore. The other thing was the advancement of chloramination. So that's just our disinfectant residual up at Morro Reservoir, and that became critical as part of this change because really it's directly feeding now all those southern zones. So having strong disinfectant residual at Morro Reservoir became paramount importance. And then you guys know we acquired the 4 turnouts, so the 4 metropolitan turnouts that deliver water more in the northern section of our system, but those actually not only had to be acquired, we had to actually take over operation of them. So there was a lot of work that had to be done there. So next slide. So this one's a little bit busy. I thought there was a couple of, do you have to click it again? No. Okay. My little arrows didn't show up. I had 2 red arrows that were showing where the water is moving. Are they there?
They're on this one.
Yeah.
Oh, they're on this one. I can't.
They're on that one too.
Okay. I just can't see. That's the problem.
They're not common.
Oh, they're a little offset from where originally had them, but in essence, I just want to give you an idea of kind of how we're moving water, and all those 4 turnouts are up in the north section of our service area. And so really what we're doing is we're taking water from that north area, driving it all the way down to Morro Reservoir, which is kind of the tip of that arrow. So we're driving it all the way down over to that side. So that's over by Sleeping Indian, Morro Hills Road, over in that area. That's our 150 million gallon covered reservoir that sits in the west side of our zone. And then the new pump stations really are bringing it across the San Luis Rey River and up into that southern zone. That's kind of that other arrow that's bringing it over to those 3 tanks. You can see the 3 pump stations labeled there that bring it to the Hutton, Turner, and Gopher tanks, which serve the southern zone. Connections 3, 6, and 11 are actually over by those 3 southern tanks. So we used to feed water the other way from the County Water Authority connection. So that's kind of the major operational change. We're now, kind of freight training water across to the east and then over to the south to serve that southern section. So next slide. This is the Morrow Reservoir. If you've not been out there, I know there's a tour coming for our two new board members. You'll definitely get to see the Morrow Reservoir. It looks like there's nothing in there, and sometimes you will get comments from the community. People have seen it from above that said, "Oh, I've seen that reservoir. It's empty." It's not empty. There is a lot of water sitting underneath that cover there. So yeah, 150 million gallons, and it really is a key part of our distribution system, transmission and distribution system. The chloramination. So this dates all the way back to 2012, where we started to convert from a free chlorine to chloramines, which are much more hardy. They last longer. And so when we're moving water from one part of our system all the way to the other, really need that chloramination strong because, you know, it basically keeps our water fresh, like Steve and Robert were talking about, you know, for longer periods of time for drinking water purposes. So back in 2012, they actually funded these improvements to bring the piping up above grade, and they were going to do in-pipe chloramination. It didn't work very well. And the reason being, you know, this demand pulls directly off of this reservoir. And so it varies so widely. Like when demands kick up and we're moving a lot of water, there'll be a ton of water rushing out of this thing. And then other times there'll actually be water moving into it. So an in-pipe chloramination system just wasn't the best option, and always struggled to maintain good residuals on our disinfectant. Over the last couple of years, particularly Steve and Robert and their team, after much study and really trying to find the best option for achieving that in this reservoir, you know, the determination was you need to do it in reservoir. You need to actually make that residual within the reservoir and then, you know, feed the zone from there. So what was done is they installed mixers inside the reservoir and started dosing, you know, kind of doing a test run to maintain that chloramination residual within the reservoir. And I'm happy to say over the last couple of months, really it got figured out. You know, it took a lot of trial and error, and not error, but you know, how to do it, how to optimally maintain those residuals. And really what it took was we're now doing injection right at those mixers. So those injection goes right into these quills that are near those mixers, and that mixes the reservoir. We're using about a quarter, 30% of the chemical we were using initially when we first started doing all the testing, and maintaining a really, really strong residual both here and then all the way into those southern tanks. So we'll be tested a little bit now with the demand going down, you know, with not as much use on the system. We'll be tested a little bit, but really you know, a good showing by these guys to get that figured out, and at, you know, again, at a very efficient pace using that chemical.
Is the testing in-house or is the?
Yeah, these guys did it all.
They do it in-house?
Yeah, yeah. Next slide. So that was a big challenge to overcome as part of this. And then these are the turnouts. You know, most of them are underground. There's not much to them. They're tied to the major aqueducts. So you've got a 96-inch pipe that's carrying, you know, import water down from Skinner. There's two pipelines or two pipelines on the east side, and one treated water pipeline on the west side. We have two connections to each of those aqueducts. And this is kind of what they look like. It's just, you know, connection to the big pipeline. There's a control valve, a meter, and then it connects into our transmission distribution system. So
the building that's an injector system? Is that what that is?
No, it just takes water off the main aqueduct.
Oh, okay.
And but it's within these vaults. So we purchased those 4 turnouts, and really credit to both Steve and his group, and also Ahmed and the IT team to really in a short amount of time, we basically took control of the things. We installed our own control, tied it to our SCADA system, and now we're controlling. We actually control 1 and 10, which are the eastern, or no. We control 8 and 9, which are the ones we take the majority of the flow from on the west side. 1 and 10, actually the valve is still controlled by the County Water Authority. It was something that they wanted to do because it's very delicate, the downstream operation of the aqueduct. And so they basically, you know, for them to be able to adjust and control And what happens is if you know, if upstream you're taking too much or not taking enough flow, they have one section of the aqueduct where there's just a potential that they spill and it actually floods homes and things like that. And so really once we kind of understood, you know, the purpose of their request, it was really in everybody's best interest to do that. Will that be the long term? I don't know.
Are they paying us for that?
No, we're actually paying a small portion of an operator to control that valve.
Okay.
So, but again,
Can we see, can we
Yes.
monitor?
Yeah, well, we're in charge of maintenance and
I know.
and we have full, you know, full ownership of the facility and eyes on what's going on. But really it releases a lot of liability from us too. So that was that was it. So so anyways, that's the condition we're under now. But a lot of work went into all, you know, kind of all three of these things. This was our October, November, December. You know, I know our IT group and operations put in so many hours to get these things done. I think now that we've done it, I mean, it really provides a lot of, I don't know if you call it freedom, but they operate, you know, because it used to be we'd have to call in, we still have to call in the orders, right? You have to call in the orders, but really there's a lot more flexibility with operating the pump stations. We take water when we want to on the southern side and things. It's not so tied to these rigid flow regimes. So there's some real benefits to it, but it took a lot of work to get there, and really in a hurry. So I'm going to let Steve take over and talk about how we commission the pump stations and that. Go from there.
He pretty much covered everything. I'm like, I don't even need to
Yeah.
speak. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well said.
Okay. So you know, good afternoon. But let's see. There we go. So the three new EFI pump stations. What you're looking at here is the pump station. I just recreated a tank flow similar to what Jake had with the arrows, but you could see that. I don't know if you could see it on that TV over there, but you have West Lilac, Dentro, and Rancho Amigos, and kind of, you know, the directional area of what zone they're feeding. Obviously, West Lilac to Hutton Tank, Rancho Amigos, and Dentro to Turner Tank. For, you know, in part of the commissioning, the kind of the original, not the original, but the initial steps was with SDG&E was a power startup. The first step is bump testing the pumps to make sure they're, you know, rotating in the correct way to pump. So that was part of the deal with the power startup and SDG&E. In more in-house stuff with our staff, whether it's our valve maintenance department, system operations, IT, we were doing our station testing for valves, making sure the isolation valves were in proper, you know, orientation, open or closed. You know, just checking the real status of the pumps. The electrical SCADA communication, that was all kind of wrapped up in one that we were out there for multiple days testing the functionality of that, you know, making sure, you know, signals were going where they need to be, turning pumps on and off. All that was checked first. And then I have generator testing out there at the end, but we'll get into that in a later slide. This West Lilac, this site here, this West Lilac as it sits now, they all three pump stations have the general same exterior, the metal roofs, and they all pretty much look identical. And inside the pump stations as well, on the picture on the right is a VFD control panel, a variable frequency drive. That's what we use to control the pumps. You could do it manually on site, or we can do it remotely through SCADA on the computer, but they're all pretty much identical interior and exterior. Same as you can see here, Dentro de Lomas, same overall design, have the slide gates for security. And then Rancho Amigos. This one, obviously, the exterior is the same, but if you see the building on the left, that houses a 900 kilowatt generator that we have on site. And this particular station is the only one that has that. Jake kind of went over it a little bit, you know, speaking about generators, but this is the only site that actually has one on site. So when we were testing these, we strategically placed system operators, other Rainbow staff, valve maintenance crew. We preemptively staged them at, you know, designated upstream and downstream locations for pressure monitoring when we were bringing these online. We methodically at each station test fired each pump individually, you know, one, shut it down, then move on to the next one, shut it down, checked everything individually. Then brought them online, okay, one pump, ramp it up 100%, second pump, 100% to see if we can meet our design specs. And the good news is to our, Rainbow's, I don't want to say surprise, but a good positive thing is we were actually able to achieve designed flow specs with only 2 out of the 3 pumps at each site, which is great because we were originally thinking when it was all in the design that we might have to run 3 pumps all the time to get a specific flow, but we were able to do it with 2 out of 3. So it's great. So it leaves one in reserve that we can alternate, that helps with maintenance and then redundancy. During the testing, there was no main breaks due to our testing. So that was also a positive.
That implies there were main breaks that weren't due to the testing.
Let's see. So this is and kind of an operational bonus here. So if you notice on the graph, it's similar to the one earlier when you see the blue dotted hash line. So ESA is going to be giving a presentation talking about the Gopher pipeline that they finished. And when that got finished, it allowed us to manipulate the system because we were kind of already thinking this might work, but we're like, hey, let's actually do it. We manipulated the system and we were able to successfully take Dentro de Lomas pump station, which is primarily designed to feed to Turner, and we're able to feed water to Gopher tank, our most southern tank. And in fact, we are currently operating that in that fashion now, like we've been doing it since then. So that's kind of a great option now that we know it works, that we can move water to there or turn a couple valves and get water into Turner tanks. So that's huge that we have flexibility with that. And like you see, their ability to move water in either of our most southern tanks based on need.
So that negates some of the need for the Moosa Creek pipeline crossing that washed out in the.
No, I think we still need that.
So I mean, you still use it, but is the pump using that same pipeline to move
Yes,
the water?
yes, all of them. Yes, they all
Okay.
have. Yep.
Thank you.
So the system it's been several months now, but the system was online a week before the deadline. Deadline meaning the November 1st. I believe it was November 1st was the separation deadline.
Yep.
So we already had it online before there and we were operating it.
It was a general manager imposed deadline.
We were able to get this online a week ahead of time and operating, this is due in part to internal Rainbow staff, IT engineer and all Rainbow staff, the contractor and SDG&E. I mean, a lot of working, moving gears here and got it to work. The implementation of these pump stations, has, I don't want to say created unique challenges, but just for lack of better words, it has, but it's just because it's different than what we've been used to for so long. And, but it's, it's like I said, it's been months now and any little, hey, this doesn't work. What's up with we've been able to overcome it and get it to work. Our system operators, currently, they've been running the stations every day and we're coming up with, pumping strategies. What's working now, we might have to alter a little bit when the heat comes in the summer. But again, we're learning every day. And you could already tell with our operators, we're more comfortable operating how we are now when we first started. It's like, oh, this isn't that bad. Like we got this. So it's been unique, but it's been a good thing. This screenshot here, this was an actual screenshot of our SCADA system when the pumps were live. So you could see, I don't have a laser pointer, but the 3 south tanks, those, and then to the right, those 2, and the west lilac. That was a live shot of when we were actually operating the pump station on SCADA. You probably don't notice, but we don't have the water authority connections on here anymore. We just have the Met connection. So those are all being fed by Met water.
Who hasn't seen this before? Our new board members, you haven't seen this? So just, this will go quick. So every water district has this type of system. It's called we call it SCADA. So we live in a world of acronyms. Supervisory control and data acquisition. And it's we have the same system for our wastewater side too. If you go into our ops bullpen at any time, if you come to the meeting early or after this and you look, we have 2 big monitors up here. But long story short, there's multiple screens you can scroll through, but this is an overall screen of what's going on in water. This is what our system operator, Steve's crew, monitor 24/7, and we have alarms set on different things. So if this tank gets too low, an alarm goes, it calls the duty phone, lets them know it's too low. If there's too much water coming out of here, so we have a set point for that, it calls and lets them know. And then we're always watching, right? So we have it in there, everybody has it on their computers, and we have it on our phones too. What he was talking about with the MET connections are these right here. So these are connections where we get the water from. We used to have water authority connections down here, but we removed them once we detached because we're not getting any water from those anymore. There's a lot of information to absorb in here. These boxes are pump stations. The green tells you what pumps are running. These odd shaped things are reservoirs, and versus this is a tank. So tank and reservoir. When a tank's offline, we get that banner across there, and then I don't think we have any on here, but when there's a power outage at one of our facilities, we get another icon for that. We don't have the demand out here to run 2 tanks. That's why that tank's offline. So don't want anybody to like, what? We also have devices that measure the chlorine residual at a lot of the locations. So that's what this number means. When we see it get below the 1 part, that's what we were talking about, the freshness of water. What am I missing on here? I think that's it. And then the capacities of each tank. So 4 million gallons, 4 million, 8 million, 151 million gallons when it's full. And this is the moral that Jake was talking about. Yes.
Question for you. So the green dots means they're being activated and the white ones meaning they're offline.
Correct.
Okay.
So P2 and P3 at Dentro are running right now.
If you saw that live when I took that snapshot, they actually blink.
Yeah, they.
Yeah.
So it's just it's not uncommon in the water and wastewater industry to have something like this to look at to figure out what's going on. Treatment plants have the same thing. Any question?
Why does the upper ones, you only have 1 pump going? It's like,
It
Oh.
just
is there a reason why?
It just depends on how fast they want to fill the tanks. And maybe if there's a pump offline, mechanics working on it, could be a variety of reasons. So down here, in order to fill these within that 12 to 14 hours, you run 2 pumps. I think Rainbow Heights, you're already at 27 feet. They're almost getting full. 1 pump do the trick. So it's entirely up to the operators, how many pumps they want to run.
So in theory, then you could actually operate 3 pumps and then it would fill up the tank even quicker.
Well,
yeah.
Sort of not.
Some sites.
Depends on
some
the
sites
ability of
may-
the pipe to carry the
So-
water.
There's a lot of variables to that. So,
Wow.
you have to be careful because if you activate too many pumps in certain conditions, you'll get what's called low suction pressure. You don't have enough pressure going into the pump station. So for instance, if we turn all these pump stations on and we turn on Morrill pump station, because this is all kind of in one area down here, we're gonna start having low pressure calls. You have too much going on.
Do you get water hammered ever?
Well, not necessarily from the pumps. We could if they shut off too fast, so they're on variable frequency drives, so they kind of ramp down slowly. But if it just slams shut, yeah, you could get a water hammer. Or firemen closing their hoses, opening up hydrants as fast as they can. Yeah.
Like Robert was saying, in normal operating conditions, like I said, pending a power outage or something just slamming off, when we shut those off, they're on about a 2-minute shutdown cycle. So, they'll slow down, 2 minutes to come down and shut. If I can just go back real quick, I kind of missed it in speaking right here. So the Rancho Amigos that has the 900 kW generator, we did test that, and we didn't just, we think it's going to work. We physically went out there and created the situation if we needed to run pumps, and that generator successfully ran 2 pumps at 100% speed, which is about what would be the max we would operate that pump station anyways. We do have the 3rd pump, but like Robert mentioned, if you kick on the 3rd one, it starts to get to pressures that we don't really like. But yeah, that did run 2 pumps. So obviously in a power outage, fire event or whatever, it will operate that pump station completely. I guess that was it. So just any questions?
Your communications are all wireless, so you don't have to worry about fire taking your communication system out.
So it is all wireless. The operator has a phone, like Robert said, can call us 24/7 on alarms. And we I mean, I'm looking at Ahmed, but most of our stuff, we have backup redundancies now on that, correct?
Yeah, so all communication with any of our sites are radio system, so no wires. We're not dependent on it.
Yeah, and I'll just say, the startup was, I was out there at the pump stations as they were starting these things up. It was really impressive, the coordinated effort between all the different groups to make sure really there was no issues. It was pretty, it was well coordinated. I'll just say that, well coordinated, and got done really quickly. So, which I appreciated very much. Wanted to give you guys an update just on the exit fee status. We made the initial payment. That was the $3.1 million payment on October 30th. That finalized the detachment. The funding for the full exit fee that was approved in November, we received that on January 7th. So the 3.1 million we returned into our reserves. And the wire transfer for the 12.6 million, or the payment for the 12.6 million, will happen on Thursday, January 30th. That is day 90 after detachment. So that's the due day. But yeah, it's already scheduled to go down there. The County Water Authority knows it's coming. So actually in 2 days that'll be all complete. So that's the status on that.
At 5 o'clock, so they can't get it to the bank.
I think it goes automatic right in.
There.
It goes right in. Yeah, but we did give them a heads up. Just, sometimes that'll take a finance team by alarm if you get some payment like that coming in. So I let their general manager know yesterday that would be coming Thursday.
Do we get something from LAFCO saying it's now finalized?
Well, as far as LAFCO is concerned, we're final. I mean, they filed the certificate of completion. So yeah, that actually finalized it. We will let them know that we did make the final payment, and that really does close the book on all of it. But if you go to the next slide, just some of the financial results and we talked about a little bit about this in the past, but November 1st, we actually completed it. The things actually got filed a couple days later, but it was effective November 1st. We talked about the savings on the fixed cost, but I actually went back and did dollar for dollar calculation on what we budgeted and what we actually paid those first 4 months. We only paid 4 months instead of 6, and so the savings on the water bill was about a little over $800,000, $803,730 just on the fixed cost. So. And I know we kind of talked about, well, what do we want to do with this money? I think in light of everything that's gone on, I think we did a lot heading up into January 1st. We not deferred. We actually ate the rate increase, the 3.6%, and did all that kind of stuff. But and so what we're doing right now, we're currently compiling all the budget both for the mid-year budget review. So that's going to come in February. So we'll review kind of where we're at with CIP. We had some changes there where we had to add budget to the pump stations to close it out, which I think we're going to come in a little under budget on that. It looks like. And then we had to add a little bit to the turnout acquisition as that was going through. Just the appraisals came back a little bit higher than we had anticipated, and some things like that. We have kind of plus and minuses on both sides, but really what the recommendation is, given kind of where we're at, is we would like to really assess everything within this fiscal year. Over the next few months as we're going through the budget process. We're going to go through a pretty detailed budget process, both on the CIP side and really kind of look at the savings as a whole and figure out what we want to do with that. I mean, that's, whether it just stays in reserves, because our reserves are still below minimum target, although the repayment on the 3.1 million, and then, obviously the savings will sit there for a minute while we kind of compile, where we're at, for this fiscal year. We should be in a little better shape, I think, than even we had projected when we started the year. I think we thought we were going to end this fiscal year at about, a little over 11 million in reserves, which we would like to, our minimum's about 13.2. And that's minimum. That's not really where we'd like to be. I think we actually might be closer to the minimum. We actually might get closer to that 13 or so with both us detaching early and that. But there has been some offsets on the other side. And so we'd like to, and we still have water sales that are trending higher than than we budgeted. So that's actually a positive as well. But really like to have some better numbers for you, and we can really make some good decisions about what our priorities are going into the next fiscal year. So that's kind of the recommendation, but it's not bad. That's 2 months. That's 2 months, and we will see, depending on, again, it depends on how much water you actually buy, what that savings actually looks like. So we'll have a better handle on that too, kind of the total savings from the action. So anyways, that's the item.
I've been waiting the whole meeting. What's his name?
Isa?
For Isa to speak.
Okay. It's Isa's turn.
Wait, I can wait till next month. I promise I'll be 5 minutes so that Robert can make his dinner date. All right, so really quick, my name is Isa Lagunas. I'm the construction and meter supervisor here at Rainbow. As you all probably know, main breaks can be costly. And when we had this main break out on Gopher Canyon, this was in late July. We were anticipating paving costs to the tune of 250, 275,000. How do we come up with that number? Well, we asked the developer, which was the Havens there. We asked them, reached out to their paving contractor and asked them, how much did you guys pay, or how much did it cost to do this section of paving there? And that's the number that they gave us. They said it costs 275. So we were already thinking, gosh, the district is going to have to pay 275,000
just for paving,
right? We just went in there. You could see the main break on the right, the hole in the pipe. You could see the excavation there. The water got underneath the asphalt and undermined the road. And that's why the paving was going to be so much. And whenever a developer or the county comes in and does these paving projects, and they pave from, it's a large section of pavement that just got done there on Gopher Canyon. They don't want us to just go in and make a small repair, a little patch. They said it was all brand new. It was all clean and fresh. We want you to make it all brand new, clean and fresh. So that's where we came up with that number of 250, 275. I had this idea, presented it to Robert and Jake, and I appreciate their support. They were all about it. And my idea was, I want to make sure that we don't have to pay for the paving there again throughout my entire career, right? Like I want to make sure this section of pipe is good for years to come. The pipe was already in poor condition. And on top of that, the pipe was 8-inch pipe. On each side of that pipe, it was 12-inch. And as Steve mentioned in his presentation, by upsizing that pipe there, that 375 feet to 12-inch does two things. One is it eliminates the bottleneck, and it allows us to move water from the pump station to Gopher Tank. And two is I can guarantee that section of pipe is not going to fail, right? If we're going to invest 275,000, why not pay a little bit more to make it right and make sure we don't have to do that again? Jake was supportive. Robert was supportive. Presented it to E&O. They were supportive as well. And there's a good illustration of the water moving from the Dentro pump station to Gopher. And it was in late August. I presented to the board, and the board approved 600,000 for emergency paving, the pipe project, and the order of the pipe and fittings. We came up with that number because we wanted a little bit of a cushion. We had already gotten the initial estimate of 275. We're thinking, okay, our labor, the pipe costs, just to play it safe, we had asked for 600,000. The pipe arrived in late September, almost exactly 1 month after the board approved. We started laying pipe on September 30th. It took 4 working days to install 350 feet of pipe. We upsized it from 12-inch to 8-inch. All of this pipe installation was done with in-house staff. None of it was contracted out except for the paving. We are not paving specialists. It's not something we want to get into yet, but maybe in the future we can take that on. We finished installing the pipe in early October, and after the pipe is installed, it does not go live. It is end capped on each side. We do a series of tests. One is a pressure test. We pump it up to a high pressure, about 300 PSI. Let it sit there for 4 hours and see if that pressure drops. That pressure starts dropping, we know we have a leak somewhere. Pass the pressure test perfectly. We then do a high chlorine. We put 100 parts per million chlorine into the pipe to disinfect it. We then flush out all that high chlorine,
And Steve and his crew, they come out and perform a bacteriological sample. So they'll take a sample of the water, take it to a lab, it goes in an incubator. If there's bacteria or present, the lab will let us know, but it passed all the tests. Once it passed those tests, we can go ahead and connect that pipe and make it go live into the system. Right now it could feed houses or ratepayers. In the middle of October that week, took us 2 working days to tie in the east side of Gopher Canyon. That pipe was very deep. You can see we had to use a couple angles to get down to the existing pipe. The original pipe is about 9.5 feet deep to the top. So our excavation is close to 12 feet to the bottom. We used some shields, rented some heavy equipment. This was the west side tie-in. That pipe was a lot easier to tie in. We did not have to use angles. It was a cleaner, straighter tie-in. The paving was performed in early December, and this was Peters Paving that performed the work. Slurry and striping was done in the middle of December. And this is just a good illustration that Amanda helped me out with. Thank you, Amanda. It kind of shows you the breakdown from when the main break started, presented to E&O, to the board, started installing, paving, and where we are today. Yes.
Do we do our own in-house shoring, or is that another company does that?
We do shoring to a certain level. So we have 7x7 shoring boxes that we can build and make. And we also have a 5x5.
You had another company?
We rented shoring equipment, and that was 12 feet long by 10 feet high. So yeah, we don't have that. If we get to a point where it is not safe, we'll come to a stop, and we have shoring suppliers or vendors that they deliver. You could call them up, and within hours they can deliver a custom box, which we've done before. I think over the holiday weekend, it was a deep excavation, and I needed a custom box because it was on a slope. I described what I needed, and they had it out there the next morning. So yeah, there's I don't know if you've heard of TSR Trench Shoring Rentals. They're usually our go-to guys for that. This is a breakdown of the cost. Paving came in at 97,000. We got a little creative on the paving and used a different contractor than the original one. The original one that gave us that 250 quote, that was Southland Paving, and they were the ones that did the paving for the developer. We have a long history of working with Peters Paving. They're local. They're here in Fallbrook or closer to the Rainbow area. It was 75,000 in RMWD's staff's labor. So that's their full burden rate. 63,000 in pipe and parts. That's valves, the steel pipe. 19,000 in equipment rentals. So we don't have an excavator capable of trenching. You know, our excavator, we have what we call a mini X. It's a smaller one, but for this type of project, we needed something a little bit bigger. So we rented a Cat 315. It's a larger excavator than what we have, and a loader. We also contracted traffic control on certain days. Most of the work we were able to ship the traffic over, but once we got to that intersection of the development where the new residents are trying to get in and out, we needed some assistance to guide the new residents in and out. Yes.
So that's another question. Is your traffic control plans in-house, or do you go outside on that one too?
That traffic control plan, we were lucky enough we had the original traffic control plan from when the paving contractor did their work out there. So luckily I reached out to Ryan Stockton, which is our senior inspector. He had the documentation from the traffic control plan that was submitted to the county when they did their work and their paving. I used that same traffic control plan and we resubmitted that to the county. It was a quick, approval because it was already approved by them months prior. So, yep. So credit to Ryan Stockton on that one. That is Chad's. Sorry, Ryan reports to Chad. So yeah, thank you guys. And then backfill material. That's just using good class 2 base. So it's that good reinforced recycled concrete and dirt, which makes it real strong underneath the asphalt. So the total project cost came in at 274,000, well under the 600,000 we originally budgeted for. And I'd like to thank E&O, thank the board, thank Robert, thank Jake for your guys' confidence in letting us take on these types of projects. And we look forward to doing more CIP work with in-house staff. Any
It's awesome.
questions?
Just awesome.
I think that's another thing in communications, maybe a little footnote in bills that says that we had a project with 600 and we're 50% below budget. I think that's another thing to
Highlight.
to toot our horn.
Yeah, yeah.
Do we want to take a quick break? We've been going for 2.5 hours. I know we don't have a lot
Love
left.
that at least before closed session.
Oh my God, I forgot.
About what?
We need a break.
Yes. We'll resume at 3:40.
Yeah, everyone,
Woke us up.
let's go.
You can.
Item number 13, information items. Operations report, engineering report. Are there any reports that anybody wants to summarize on the information items?
Do you want to update the CFO recruitment? Or do
Or you
want
can,
me to?
yeah, go ahead. Go
Oh,
for it.
cool.
So we've done 2 first rounds with a group of about 10 candidates. We've identified 4 finalists that came in and met with the finance team. And we have a couple of finalists, one of whom we have scheduled on Tuesday to come in and do a presentation to the management team. Another member of the finance team who wasn't available on the first date. And so we're getting pretty close to making a selection. Yeah. So
You're down to 2 or 3.
we have, well, yeah.
We're final interviews.
We've
are-
got some finalists.
interviews
Yeah,
are pending.
yeah.
Okay, reports and comments, legal counsel report.
Thank you, President Hamilton. I did a written report and update on the recent. There we go. Did a written report and update on the recent appellate court decision addressing CEQA and new environmental impact report requirements for wildfire risk, which is very, timely with all of the recent fires as we discussed. This particular case is noteworthy because it's the first time the appellate court ruled that EIRs must contain a substantive analysis of project-specific wildfire ignition risks. And in this case, the county approved an EIR as a large mixed-use development project covering over 16,000 acres of unincorporated territory. But they were sued over by the Center for Biological Diversity, and the California Native Plant Society sued as well, saying they didn't adequately disclose the exacerbation of wildfire risk and mitigation measures. The county said they did discuss them, but the courts went and said that basically the discussion was too cursory and didn't go into enough analysis and was insufficient because they said it failed to sufficiently inform the public of project-specific ignition sources, didn't consider the project's impacts on the community's ability to evacuate from the wildfire, and didn't adequately assess the increased risk of human-caused wildfires the project created. So the court, in guiding what's necessary to be compliant in the future, is basically saying now that agencies will have to include an assessment in their EIRs that first establishes a baseline for the existing risk or likelihood of wildfire ignition, then compare that to the increased risk from the project, and then get into the specific mitigation measures, how to reduce risks. Court said, will not dictate the specific manner that the agencies have to discuss the impacts, but said it'll leave that kind of the choice of methodologies to the agency regarding impact disclosure mitigation, but gave some examples there. The new term is, said you have to discuss the analytic route, how they got there. Either industry standard modeling tools or industry standard methodologies, and it said other reliable explanations to support the analysis. Yeah, so one is to highlight, for instance, there's new requirements for EIRs and different compliance procedures we'll have to follow in the future for that, and keep us in compliance and have defensible documents.
So relative to the water district, if we were doing the project, building a new pump station, lift station or something, that's got to be included in this.
Right, exactly. That's the new requirement. We would have to do some sort of, establish what the baseline is, and, if you see any kind of additional risk the project creates, then, compare the baseline to the new standard, and then, discuss what the industry's specific modeling tools or what have you would apply, and then the mitigation measures going forward. Yeah, I was thinking about that exactly. Then, and that's kind of how it came up with the court saying, well, we're not going to. They kind of punted on it. They said, we're not going to dictate and tell you exactly what you have to do, but this is what you.
We'll tell you if you didn't do enough.
Right, exactly. It'll be kind of a new I think there'll be kind of a new field of experts that will have to come in and look at it for us in the future.
Thank you. Always
Got it.
interesting.
Oh, thank you, President Hamilton.
General Manager.
Wanted to give you an update on water supply. I know I sent an email at the end of December and kind of told you guys it's been really dry around here, but actually up north, the water year had started pretty positively. So unless it turned really dry, we were in pretty good shape. Well, it turned really dry. But still not, the state overall is not in bad shape. But it was extremely dry. So we went from, we were about average snowpack up in the Sierras down to we're about 65% of average now, with the very dry January. There is some potential for some more snow this weekend and in the coming weeks. They feel like there's a higher chance, so could really use that to kind of get the water year back and back in stride. As far as the storage reservoirs, though, everything's in pretty good shape. Diamond Valley Lake, which is the huge storage reservoir that would be used in case of drought or whatever around here, about 800,000 acre feet. It's actually 97% full, so it's completely full currently. And a lot of the big reservoirs up north, Trinity and Oroville, and those are well above average, well above historical average. So storage is still in a really good spot, but I think everybody's hoping for some good precipitation and snow in February and March to kind of round off a decent water year. Right now it's a little below average. So, and it's similar on the Colorado side. They're about 75% of average snowpack. So, they could use a little bit too. So hopefully these storms, they kind of had this high pressure that was causing all these PSPS. It was just kind of sitting there, and now it's moving forward. So there's a better chance for these storms to kind of move in and hit both California, and then usually those move off into Colorado too. So, so we're hoping for that. But overall, again, no panic yet, but we could definitely use a little weather. Something that came out today, there was an executive order that was issued pausing all federal grants. And it's definitely going to cause a stir. Really the only, the item of concern for us would be, we have a $1.6 million grant that we're kind of in the middle of through the EPA. And so not sure on, from what I read, the executive order is a little, it's 2 pages. So it's not real specific on, what's going to happen, but just something to kind of keep in the back of your mind is, I know I met with a couple of the local general managers earlier, and everybody was aware of it and thinking about their own grant projects that, they're either, the good news for us is we haven't expended a lot on that grant yet. We're kind of in the EPA is reviewing our NEPA submittal, and so we really haven't started any heavy design efforts or big expenditures on that yet. So, but we would really like to do that project and get it paid for with the grant. So, so we'll be watching that. That's just kind of some breaking news that happened today, which seems to be kind of the norm these days. I wanted to give you a little tip, really just to hope you keep coming back. We'll have a pretty, I think in February, we'll have a couple of items that'll be interesting. And these will be going to various committees and that throughout the month. But we've been working on a potential service agreement for our lower yard. And really it's a agreement that would allow for processing of materials. So, a lot of times when we're, doing emergency work or any of these pipeline jobs, we generate quite a bit of material, dirt, asphalt, and those kind of things. And so we're developing an agreement, obviously come in draft form to this board, that would allow basically a contract for a company to process those materials, and in return we would get the materials for nothing. We get our materials for free, which is basically it's a revenue generator for us, but they would have the option, they could sell excess material, and so that's kind of the gist. But we'll give you all the details, and that is, we're putting that together now. But again, that was kind of one of our key objectives, was to kind of look at additional revenue generation and ways we can not non-rate revenue basically. And so this is one of the things that's coming from that direction. Also, we've been working on a kind of a multi-agency shared services agreement with 3 local agencies, both Fallbrook, Valley Center, and UEMA. And it's kind of a master agreement that would allow for any kind of shared services. There is a kind of some set objectives that we'd like to see, you know, anything from, you know, state and federal lobbyist services and interconnections between the 2 agencies and things like that. It kind of sets a template for how those things would be paid for, how, you know, and even sharing resources as far as like heavy equipment, mutual aid, things like that. So again, in draft form, that'll be coming to you in February. We've been working through that with basically with the general managers, and so you'll likely see that. But I think a couple of good items coming your way. And I'll just end there. I had a couple other things, but I think we've already kind of hit them. So move on. Any questions? Okay.
Board member comment?
Well, I just have a question. I'm all into this generating some revenue other than hitting up the ratepayers. And I think I brought up this before about solar.
Yes.
And I'm gonna keep sticking to that. I mean, all these EVs, charging stations, anything where we can make more money because we have land
Yes.
and sun.
And I apologize. We did, we actually reached out to, I talked about, we had hit up what they call the CCAs. They're the, I guess the alternative to SDG&E. You know, there's it's actually an opt-out program. So basically they're a separate entity that is charged with, they basically do energy generation contracts and supply that through SDG&E to the customers. So it's an alternative to SDG&E. And so what they're doing is they're purchasing up any kind of energy generation projects or existing things that exist. So they're, you know, basically coming under contract. They indicated they were interested in projects, in doing additional projects. I figured they were kind of only into bigger projects, you know, 5-10 megawatt kind of things. But actually just the opposite. They're actually interested in smaller local projects. And so actually, and Chad's looped in on this, but we're making efforts to kind of come up with you know, and see if there's anything there. I actually sent them kind of a list of our properties. These are vacant properties that could be available for that. And so yeah, so that was one of them. That was one of them. I sent it to him. So we'll keep chasing that. And it sounded like, I mean, it sounded like a, you know, potentially, we'll see how it all works out, where they would actually kind of drive a lot of the project, right? They'll tell you, oh, well, we can do this big of a project on site, actually bring kind of those contracts on. And in our case, basically they're using our land and they agree to purchase the power. So it's been a while since there's been a good program like that. SDG&E's program, you know, their ResBCT program was kind of sold out, and I don't think they really wanted a lot of customers on that. Or maybe there was so much capacity. I'm not sure.
Big projects out in the.
Yeah, so really this is the first time we've had kind of some, you know, something that actually sounds interesting on power generation that could be good for the district. So we're going to keep chasing that, but we hear you. We hear you.
Was that the company that talked to us at the
Yes.
CSD?
Yeah.
Yes.
They're very fascinating.
Yep.
Are you talking about the Palm Springs meeting?
No, CSDA.
CSDA.
Oh, a CSDA?
Yeah, there's a company that came out.
They do.
Gave a spiel.
It's
late.
something you get your power from today unless you opt it out.
Oh, okay.
Board reports, we have no CSDA representative, so there is no report there. LAFCO.
Nothing of note. Yeah.
Santa Margarita met at 10 a.m. on January 21st, and I was busy doing something else. Fire preparation.
Well, the same day.
It started at the same place the other one did. I was getting an early lead in things if I needed to. Aqua.
Nothing at this time.
Committees, workshops, seminars, or training reports. Any requests for attending upcoming seminars or meetings?
Are there any?
Phase three, do we know when Aqua and CSD, isn't that's typically in like April and May? Isn't it?
Aqua is going to be the second week of May this year, the 13th to the 15th. CSDA is going to be August 25th through August 28th, I believe.
Is that gonna be Ledge Days?
I'm sorry?
Is that gonna be Ledge Days?
No, that's the.
Legislative days
That's
are
the annual?
different. That's the annual conference. The legislative days are on a different date. I can find that out for you.
Thank you.
Aqua's was in May,
13th through 15th, yeah.
where?
Monterey.
Monterey. Okay. While we're on conferences, Urban Water Institute, have we done any more exploration on that?
We have actually, Teresa's got a little package put together. Our thought on that was, we talked about, we were doing all the committee assignments and that, but I think considering we're heading into the budget season, we'll identify those things as part of, hey, here's some options for, some additional organizations if we do want to join and have representation. We'll do that as part of next fiscal year process.
Thank you. I just didn't want that one to fall through the cracks.
Nope, we got it.
Suggested items for the next regular board meeting?
Solar.
Something. Yeah, I already written it down there. If there are no other suggested items, we're adjourned to closed session.
Okay.
Okay. Resuming open session of the Rainbow Municipal Water District Board of Directors meeting for January 28th, 2025. Council, do we have anything to report out of closed session?
Oh, thank you, President Hamilton. Yes, we have one reportable item from closed session. The board rejected a claim from Carl Bedke for alleged damage to property alleged to have been caused by water runoff from a main break on Palomar Drive. So that concludes the report.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
I gotta go.
Me too.
You do, yeah.
Rick, God.
Good luck. What time do they start?
They start at 5.